Morning, guys. So far, we've rejected the POC shift. We're seeing that buyers are attempting to load lower now at this 85 on NQ. Gotta show interest over 320 for any upside on NQ. Same thing on ES. We're seeing a shift to this 805 level, but we need to show interest over this 810, 815 above if we want to go any higher, or that's going to be resistance. Super important that we recover these levels as they were our supportive low yesterday on ES and NQ, where we reversed and then rotated up. So if we're now holding our pivots from yesterday as resistance, it is an issue. It is a very big issue. So we're just going to wait for either a recovery for longs for rotations up, or we're going to continue to hold this as resistance, and then we'll continue rotating down. That's my thought as of right now. New 15's opening now. This new Discord update is not great. This compact design is ugly. I guess yesterday. I don't know.
Just keep an eye on the movements here in the market. A little bit of downside movement on gold. No headline related to the move. If we do find it, we'll relay that to you as soon as we can.
At least we've got the news about working today. Huge. Uh, is your voice at 200% or something? You can adjust it yourself. Seems fine to me. Three bar. Where do you see a three bar around? On the 15? Oh, 5 minute. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens into 320. That's kind of our big pivot here. This like 320 to 350 really, but 320 is our like first chance to flip this. It's very surprising to me that we are down here below this. Did not expect that. Man, it is 34 degrees outside. What happened? Oh yeah, that 805 makes sense. Mm. Yeah. What news do we have today? Let us see. It's heavy pre-market, and then we just have press briefing at 1. Fed speaker at 1:10. And then we can watch the popcorn of Trump at a Women's History Month event at 3.
Canadian dollar strengthens 0.3% to 1 month high per US dollar
Yeah.
at about 1.4239 per dollar.
Financialjuice.com, the guy who's talking. Yeah, this week's been pretty ass. Last week as well, to be honest. But so far, very slow this week. But yesterday made a lot of sense in context with the break of balance and gap up. It made sense to just like chop. It's just annoying when you have to get used to all the moves being pre-market again in Globex, and like you're not used to it, and so you're in like this trading cycle where you think everything's gonna like trend, and then nothing happens, and you're just so in the zone of like the weeks prior. You guys got to get that sixth sense of like when things just don't feel great. Like I think you all know it, but you still try to take the same trades that you would on the weeks that do feel great.
Brent crude
Got to
futures
really respect
rise
that
more than
intuition
$1
that
a
you guys are
barrel
building.
on fall in US crude fuel stocks and Venezuela supply worries.
Need some ibuprofen. Here we go. Super slow.
Coca-Cola sites are among secret targets of EU antitrust raids. Coke sites involved in raids, according to people familiar with the matter.
Pushing into our 320 here on NQ. Very curious to see what we do. RTY, bottom of our oscillation. Dollar sitting at 320 so far. Just coming back down to our lows here. Halfway back. ESRTY diverging, leading. Watching our retest into 305, 310 on reoffer, seeing if sell side can move this down from 320 to this low. We push back up. Yes, bouncing our 800 edge, no change. But we're watching to see if NQ can get a new sell. You don't hear me speaking on Discord? I think that's a personal issue. We're looking for 85, 280, 285 for target here. If you're playing off the secondary move from 320 and then 305. Should be our first risk off as we come down into this low. There's target into 280. See if we can flip this. $280 can flip, then we head down to 260. Again, we're just holding yesterday's pivot low as resistance today. So that's how we came up with that 320 level. How we came up with the 810, 815 level on ES. It's just our POC shift, held that as resistance, rotated down. Now it's just a matter of figuring out where the hell we're headed. Keeping an eye on this 280, 285 above. See if it can hold off for another leg down. Got this nice LVN. Two eighty, 285 reoffer, holding as resistance, pushing down, new low. Again, looking for 260 next target. Every single one of our reoffers is played so far. Just letting this thing kind of fall. Bid is sitting at 60s. Taking now. See if we get any more or if this is all we get. Great risk off into your ADR there. Next target down, if we lose our 60s, is going to be 233. Very important if sell side is serious that we take this out, or we're just going to find liquidity here and then bounce back. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to find a bit of relief here for a bit. All right, well, that was my first trade of the day. 40 seconds till new 15s. See what happens now. What's up, Roy? flipping this 280, 285, trying to get back above this 300, 305, just trapped in between. We're at our halfway back here. Yes, testing our value edge as resistance. We would like to see this either flip supportive on a very clear hold back over our value and then rotation back up to like that 805, 806 area if it's going to do it. Or this is going to reject and then we will continue downward. Just keeping an eye on our value of low right now, which is what we're trading. I just seem to sound joyless, like he was blown by a Dementor is a wild statement. I'm just tired, man. Market's slow. Tired. You should change it. Don't be that guy who just never changes it. Yeah, they're taking in at value low. Without that flip, this is resistance. Yes, sorry, NQ attempting to flip and hold this 282.85. We'll see if this maintains our PVZ
EGD mode
POC.
planning 2 syndicated guild offerings in the first quarter 2025 to 2026.
Really, my right shoulder is killing me. Hold something yesterday. Did stretches for like 2 hours last night trying to fix it.
NATO's right says Europe needs to know that Uncle Sam still has our back. And that America also needs to know that its NATO allies will step up.
Did you know that the only time that NATO has ever done anything and defended an ally was for the United States? Yeah, yeah. After 9/11, they enacted Article 5. It's the only time. So it's always so funny when we're like, "Will NATO help us?" It's like we're the only one that they've ever helped. So funny. People need a history lesson. This short-term divergence is pretty wild between Russell and Q right now, actually inversing each other. Twin Cities to the top of North Dakota. That far? Oh, Twin Cities is in Minnesota. Yeah, that sounds rough. Dude, driving through Indiana is the worst. And Virginia, man. Oh my god. There's just like actually nothing. What the hell is a Mongo hourly 3 bar? Two 280, 285 offer holding on NQ, rotating back down. No change. RTY finding a short-term resistance. ES still holding our value edge and our halfway back. Pretty passive again. We'll see if we can pick up some speed or if this will be just a bounce point again on a bottom of balance. Unsure. Bid resting at 60. Just retesting our low from our target before on the last attempt at 280. Same trade again. Bounced at our 60 liquidity. Looking for another lower high if we're going to continue down. I'm in the mindset these days that everything is parity. And like this timeline is a joke. It has to be. Took out our last low here on NQ. Yes, still holding our low. I'm not seeing enough yet for me to think we take out the low on NQ. I need to see at least a reoffer, a retest above, and then a bit more of an aggressive seller for me to think that we don't just like bounce here and then rotate another leg back up. Just keeping an eye on our 60. That being said, if you did play off of 80.85, I think this is a great first risk off, or at least an area to move stops down. Just need to see a bit more from sellers here. Still pretty passive on this new 15. We're just watching to see if bid flips back over the 60 to 70, or if this is going to hold as a lower low and lower high. Offer is into the 60 to 70 if we're going to hold. If not, then it's just going to be a rotation back up again. So very watching this area pretty intently. Sub sauce. Buyer offside into 60. But we haven't been able to take out the low yet. See if there's follow through from sellers here. Yeah, the Discord update is trash. This is 20 points from 60, our edge on our offer. Just rotating down into our value low here on NQ. Retesting our offer that just let us down.
The slide in the S&P 500 and the VIX climbing a little bit more. Currently at about 17.84. So the sell-off in tech mega caps drove stocks lower, halting a 3-day rebound with concerns about the economic impact of a trade war weighing on risk appetites as US copper surged and orders for business equipment slid.
Yeah, just keep an eye on our ADR lows. It seems pretty obvious. Yes, as well. Liquidity resting at 230 below us. We have now done the full move off the failure at our value edge and 800 pivot on ES, just rotating down into our ADR here. Same with Russell, holding our edge off of PVZ, rotating down and pushing into our ADR. So this is a great area to see if we're going to shift in a larger trend or if this will hold as our balance low. So we push down into these. This is now into it. We shall see. This is us taking out this liquidity here on NQ. RTY into ADR now. Just keep an eye on this like 205, 210. Sorry, 200, 205. We'll watch for a reoffer and then figure out if we're going back up or if it's going to just continue down. Unsure. But expect a little bit of something here. And then we'll watch for any sort of retest. Sell side liquidity resting up at 220.
So still seeing further downward movement on the S&P 500. Still no news related to the move. So we'll relay that to you as soon as we can.
Again, just Russell into ADR, into a target, ES into target here. Just watching to see how we interact as we retest our sell side aggressive sellers above us. Watching this like 215 is our first test. Your most aggressive sell would be at 215 if we were going to continue down in a downside trending market. Some crazy volatility with no news, to be honest.
Trump prepares auto tariff
There
announcement
you
as
go.
soon as Wednesday. Again, Trump prepares auto tariff announcement as soon as Wednesday.
Auto tariff. Tariff on autos? Is that what he tried to say?
Continuing on the dollar index, did see a move towards the upside. Further down, some movement on the S&P 500.
Fire off sides at 210. Offer resting at 195. Retesting our 195. Watch to see if we take in here and then reject, or if this flips back over 210. Don't go crazy with sizing, guys. $20 till new 15s. Offer still trying to defend this 195. Unsure. Looks like we're just kind of trying to digest it right now. RTY finding a local low. New 15's opening now.
To use Treasury's pair losses as Trump probes auto tariff comment.
We are playing off our 195 offer, so a great first risk off into this low, where we found liquidity on the pop from the tariff news. Now, let's see if we can get more, break the lows, or if this is going to hold. I feel like we need to retest this POC above at 206, 210, but for short term, it's a good first target. Just watch to see how we interact here.
So the dollar index rising to a daily high on auto tariff news.
You need to see offer a step below 175 for anything more. This is going to be bottom of balance here. We've got sellers being taken in, absorbed here. Need to see offer step below and aggressively sweep it. Trying now. recovery of our 75, rotating back up to our 95. Watching to see how we interact there. I think we head for that buyer into 210, but we got to see a bit more. These guys are offsides that are low. That should be obvious off of a print and our edge at 75s. So now it's just about seeing if we can find someone to be punished here now that we've gotten this initial move, right? Can we now hold what was our offer as supportive, or is this going to fail? We just tagged into that POC that I was talking about. We're watching to see if this guy is going to still remain offsides above. If bid's going to be anywhere, I'd want him to be here at this 175, 180. Any lower, and I think we just continue the downtrend. We want to see bid step in and keep these guys offsides below. Hold the bottom of balance. While RTY and ES hold higher lows, ideally, at the same time. Watching our 95 offer. If we continue to hold this 86 as resistance, downside is pretty likely. So really keeping an eye on this low. Um, kind of notes that we're intraday bearish below here if this continues to hold as our pivot. No change on NQ, just rotating in this little balance that we've created. 95 offer holding, rotating back down to our 75 where we flipped. So far, we just have bid being absorbed into 195, 205, and we have offer being absorbed below 175. So need to see a breach, or we're just going to continue to chop this little low. Excuse me. $40 until new 15s. It's still absorbing, same place, this 165, 175. Just offer stepping down into 190, 195 again. Uh, it's really hard to think that we get a decent amount more to the downside. Top of balance is at 150 from the multi-week balance. So, and if anything, there's like 20 more points. I don't know. So it's a bit rough trying to want to short down here. You're playing off the 175 again. 190, 195 is your first risk off. Just rotating balance right now. You need to see some sort of shift, break, and someone to be caught off sides for anything more, and then we can feel comfortable in a directional position. But just chop it in between these two participants. There's your rotation to the high. So things you can note to inform your bias or your ideas right now is we have flat POCs off the last two 15-minute candles with sell side being absorbed at 165, 175. We have our resistance being our sell side POC from the large bearish candle down from news at 206, right? So we're rotating in between these two areas. We can identify that just based off of the information that we've already gathered, right? That's how we've come up with these levels. So for a break of the balance and a hold, we're going to need to see someone caught off sides into these highs and then rotate back through this balance. Or caught off side at the lows and then rotate back through this balance, right? All that we're doing right now is just we're sandwiched between two participants. One is trying to short the lows and just being absorbed. One is trying to buy the highs, right, and is being absorbed. We want to see this flip, or we will continue to rotate. I think it's fine to be in a runner if you're playing off of our 175 recovery and hold of our edge, but this is really your first PT here, right? This is just retest into our high. We've taken it out. Should expect a little bit of selling, but we're looking to see if bid can now flip and hold this 195 as supportive for a break to the upside. Right, we're looking to see if this can hold and bid can get excited, or if this is going to offer again and then rotate through. Next target above is into this 2025. As we approach into this supply here, move stops up, understand that this is a short-term pivot. Watch to see how we interact here with liquidity. We'd like to see a bid here. Again, just holding this POC to like 95 area if it was going to maintain this balance, or we're going to just trap above into this supply that we just talked about. Super important that we see a bid willing to hold our balance high. Or again, we're just trapping at our highs and then we'll look to rotate back through our range, right? So looking to see if bids can hold here and then push higher is going to be key. Let us know if there's going to be more. think you should expect a bit of relief here and then a retest of 195. Watching our halfway back on Russell. We hit the top of our oscillation, now in the mid. ES rejected our 86 that we talked about, that being resistance. And again, we can see that trapped bid into our supply here on footprint at our 218, 225. Now retesting our edge of our balance to see if this will hold as resistance on a retest. See what happens. RTY and ES and NQ halfway backs holding so far off that relief, watching for a lower high or a higher. We're watching to see if these guys are going to continue to remain offsides off of these bounces that we just got, where we expected some relief. Now we need to see either follow through to break out our highs, or we should expect this to be our first lower high across the board, right? The only thing that's diverging here is Russell, which is interesting. You can keep an eye on that, see if that continues to happen, because that can lead us up. We're watching to see if these lower highs hold, though, on ES and NQ. If they do, right, then the rotations back down make a lot of sense. If RTY can continue to lead up, then we can breach these, I think. Just really, again, keeping an eye on this very clear supply above us that we absorbed into, and our relationship between our three oscillations that we're doing on these balances on NQ, ES, and RTY. This Russell retest, I think, will be pretty important to let us know. Back down to our little relief bounce that we saw here on NQ, watching to see if we get another similar reaction at this 185, or it's going to be a full rotation through. Lower highs on NQ and ES, maintaining, Russell failing at our edge. I mean, you got to show interest below 180 for this rotation of 165, or we're just going to maintain. Watching our reoffer here, seeing if sellers can hold another lower high or if we'll flip. Same thing on ES, looking to see if that lower high will be maintained or if we flip this pivot. Short-term selling support, selling resistance here at 195 to like 200. Flipping over and showing an active bid above 200, 205 is going to really hurt the sell narrative short term. We want to see this balance high hold. And we want to see our lows taken. If we continue to just bounce at our halfway back, that's just like not bearish. RTY rejected our high pivot, holding it as resistance back to our halfway back here. Just risked off my first contracts here into 175, 176, the bottom of our range off of holding. I'd like the low to be taken. We need to show interest below this for that continuation down, right? We've trapped above into our high. We then put in a lower high, and now we're holding our balance as resistance. So we have a catalyst potentially here with this guy being offsides into our highs, into the supply. We now need to see the low taken for more, or it's just going to rotate again. There is a chance that this comes up to create one more lower high here, right, before we go down. But if it rejects, then we look for continuation.
$2.1 billion.
Let's watch our POC as our first level in the sand here to let us know if we're going to put in that lower high.
So just CNBC citing the White House, Trump could sign new auto tariffs as soon as Wednesday.
Low of balance still holding and maintaining, just watching to see if we can maintain top of balance. If we can, then a new low should be the next move. If we can maintain this top of balance with a failure to breach and hold. That's basically all we're watching for now, is we know that there's a buyer here into this 165, 175, right? So this rotation makes sense, but we're now watching to see if sell side is now going to really hold this, continuing to trap these guys off sides from that supply. If so, right, then we look for that, take out this demand, and then a continuation down. If this fails here, right, then this absorption is still maintaining, and we'll then look to take out these offers that have moved down, and we'll look to then bid around here for a continuation or a pop
Reeves
up.
says companies should pay taxes in
Again, it's
relation to their
just
profit.
balance. We identified someone into a higher value, right, that was taken. We then watch for lower highs to be put in and maintain. If they can't do it here, then that's that. So just really keeping an eye on this area.
So Reeves was asked about potential to scrap digital services tax.
$195 offer held, just like we were talking about. Rotation back down. It's your first area to move stops or to take a little profit. Again, you're just trading balance between two known people, right? Two known participants. We need to see the low taken for anything more, or you're just going to continue to risk off into the bottom of balance. But again, with our catalyst of this guy being offsides above, until that's invalidated, more downside, it makes sense if we have someone who's offsides above, that creates an excess, and then we can look for more. If we don't see a willingness to take, though, right, then we're just going to continue to rotate, and it's not worth attempting a short if you're not already in. We need to see that look below in that offer move, or it's just going to be this oscillation between these two pivots. So again, you don't initiate a short as we rotate into this. It needs to look below and then hold it, showing you that. Or you're playing off your top edge. You play your edges in the direction of the edge. Just like you wouldn't buy
Famous way from the bottom of
195
the hour, we
on
get
the first
the
look in.
US 5-year note
You'd
auction
sell it.
with a prior bid cover of 2.42 and prior high yield of 4.123%. So the US is looking to sell $70 billion of 5-year notes. So ahead of the auction data for the 5-year, treasuries are cheapening ahead of the $70 billion 5-year note auction, with auction sector pairing its recent outperformance on the curve, which earlier Wednesday steepened fives and 30s beyond 60 basis points for the first time since September. JP Morgan strategists, they said in a late Tuesday note, said a concession from closing levels probably was needed for good auction results given unattractive valuations. And latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 1.9 million 5-year note futures, possible source of covering demand at the auction.
You guys see what I mean? How we can like just get like a pretty good follow through on this, understanding what to look for and balance with someone caught. You want to be risking off as we rotate into 150. It's top of our previous balance. If we start to rotate through that, then there's more trouble, but a good secondary TP. So these are the trades that we just talked through. This, this, and this. Right? And this one is just the same trade again here. Now we figure out what we do. This is Russell in the bottom of range of our oscillation. Again, we have buyer offsides on Russell, buyer offsides on NQ, and then our balance high holding and a rotation down through it. Now we watch to see how we interact here. Does this hold and then rotate back up? Unsure as of yet. We shall see. 150 was target. That's top of your balance. Now leave runners. See if we can hold our edge.
US stocks extend fall. S&P 500 down 1%.
Did that make sense? Are we on the same page? I really need you guys to learn this trade. It's the same thing that we've walked through 1,000 times, which is failure at the highs, catalyst now, right? We traded up into our value, sell side steps in, we now have a buyer off sides. We now look for how we interact here at our low of our range, and then we look for a lower high, right? A failure to get back above. If we see that, then taking out the lows makes a ton of sense. If this fails here and we look back up, then this trade invalidates. But as long as this guy continues to main off sides and we rotate back into our balance, taking out the lows is just the next step. We are in a overall downtrend, right? So all we've done is trap and then hold a lower value and then shift down.
So surely expecting the when issued for the 5-year note auction.
Yeah, nothing new, but I'm not seeing enough excitement in chat, which means people are not trading it. Details for entry are rough. I don't get it. I guess. And I gave you an area of 5 points of risk. And then another area of 10 points of risk here. I'm just like, I'm not going to get upset about it. It's whatever. But I don't get it. Holding top of balance here at 150 is offer. News in 10 seconds.
When issued, 4 sports 0.95% before the $70 billion auction.
I have no clue what happens now until we form a new auction. We could trade all the way back up to 165 for all I know. It's where our last offer really was sitting. I'd like to see 150 balance high hold if we're going to continue short term, but there is a high chance that we need to rotate back up to this edge and retest our halfway back here. So just keep that in mind. We have gone to target and a little bit through, so you're just either in runners or you're waiting for the next setup. Again, ideally 150 holds as resistance. But if we need to come back, it's going to be into this edge here. Same place we were just looking for weakness below. the same thing that we just did at these highs where we trapped participants below can happen again with these guys who are below us, right? Just like how these guys are offsides above, these guys can become offsides below. So we're just keeping an eye on this and seeing if we now hold.
With a high yield of 4.10% and awarding 62.95% of bids at high, you were selling $70 billion of 5-year notes.
We have a buyer who's attempting at 130.
13.19%, direct 10.97%, and indirect 75.84%.
And we're going to be watching to see if we can recover our edge low or if this is going to maintain, right? If we can start to bid back above, then we can rotate and then take out the highs. But it's just going to be a matter of how we build here now that we've broken this balance low.
After the auction, so US 5-year note drawing 4.1%.
Is this resistance?
4.095%.
Unsure.
Issued yield.
This is what we just saw on Footprint. This is why what I'm saying, this needs to like start to click, because this is super important in the sense of we are in an overall downtrend, so we know sell side is in control, right? So this is our general direction that we're headed. We know that the last major offer was here into this 220, 230. We know that we're trading in a balance between this 195, 200 edge right here and this buyer who's absorbing into this 165, 170. So this is the range that we're trading in until we either show interest above or below, right? And once we show that interest above or below, what needs to happen for continuation? Well, we need to then show interest where sellers were, right? Where on a look over that we then bid and then push through for continuation higher. We need to hold our balance high. What happens if we look above into this supply here and then fail to hold this edge?
Saying he doesn't
we'll look for this rotation
to deviate from interest rate path incorporated in projections. And weak economy and neutral rate estimates argue for more cuts.
Because what is
the impact of these policies is negative on growth and eventually also on inflation. Neutral rates might not be enough to sustain inflation of 2%. I would like to see rates close to 2% sooner rather than later.
What does it mean if we have someone who's trapped here into this supply, and then we rotate to the bottom of balance and then can't breach back above? What is that? Why was I so adamant on the lower highs? What does it mean if we're now holding this edge as resistance? And then what do we look for here at the lows? Yeah, so sellers are stepping down. Our value hasn't shifted and buyers have failed, right? Seller value still above. And we're now seeing them shift value down after trapping this bid. So now that these guys are offsides, outside of balance, and we've failed to push higher, we now look to see how we interact at the bottom of our balance, right? So we have someone offsides, we look back in, we rotate to the balance low, buyers are still there, no shit. But what happens then? We fail to breach and hold above. on secondary attempt, keeping our downtrend intact. Then we look down. Once we see this, we can expect new lows. This guy's offsides. We failed to breach back above balance. We now should be putting in a new low. That's the setup. $150 still holding offer, no change. Where can you study, read, watch more? I stream every day, man. It's free Monday, Wednesday, Friday. If you want to subscribe, you get every day of the week. And then we have a ton of VODs as well that you can watch with lessons covering individual topics. As soon as you are subscribed, you have access to that. If that's what you're asking. Again, this is a really important area. Like I can't stress that enough. That like if we're getting back into our multi-week balance, like this is kind of an issue. You turn on just RTH again. We're retesting our highs here, right? This is our balance from below. This might be a little hard to see with the let me see if I can fix this. There we go. So we had this multi-week balance here. This is our top of balance. This is our bottom of balance. This is where we're trading now. And then we have this gap down.
Will stall above 2% or move higher in the near term appear to have increased. He says that he is wary of assuming all tariff-related price increases will be temporary. Second round effects could be more persistent. Patient with current policy is appropriate as the Fed gathers evidence inflation is returning to target.
So what we
The
are
labor market remains strong and second round of tariff effects become more apparent. Fed may need to keep rates higher for longer or consider more restrictive policy. Muslim says that growth does appear to have slowed, and surveys point to caution among businesses and consumers. Baseline is for the economy and job market to remain strong and for inflation to fall.
This is what I'm watching for now. This is like, these are the important tests and why I'm a bit concerned. Is that this is our balance high. We are trading back into it after this huge gap up we saw on Monday. Outside of balance, we then saw buyers try to chop here, right? Hold this gap up, which we did very successfully. And then we were able to rotate up into Tuesday from the hold of this gap on Monday. So this was really solid price action, and it made me think that bottom might be in for short term, right? At least for like a 5% correction up. But with this move down, we have to be aware that if this edge holds, that we can fill gap, right? Like that is our first real test here, is can we recover this? and rotate back up, or is this balance high going to hold, and are we going to need to rotate back down to our pivot at like 34? So this is what I'm watching for now, because it is an incredibly important area to let us know if we're going to have to fill this gap or not. I'm thinking that our next target is probably into this 100 if 150 holds for another 50 points down. If we can start to show acceptance back above, we know what we're looking for, which is a recovery of this balance that we just
S&P Global
traded in.
says tariffs and
Right?
market volatility pressure real estate sector.
We'll be watching for a recovery of this, a bid, a rotation through. This will be your first target. We'll watch to see if we can then build here. If we can build here, we take out the supply. We then show that it's interest, and then we rotate up. So really paying attention to this 165, 175 on any sort of retest in if we don't just show 150 as just straight offer from here. Unsure. But retesting our edge could potentially lead to another leg down if we can't get back into balance and show a willingness to maintain and rotate up. We know there's a buyer at 130 in this short-term positioning. We know that there's a seller at 165, 175.
Is currently speaking to.
That's the information that we know right now.
Reporters of the White House as Press Secretary 11. The video is on the feed in case you do want to watch it. Levitt says Trump will hold press conference on auto tariffs. I'll be at 4 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yeah, we have 40 seconds till new 15s. Just keep an eye on where we're trading around these POCs. Are we holding them as supportive or resistance? For sell side to get aggressive and step down, we're going to need to see that 125, 130 go offer. And then we can potentially have a 3-bar down on the 15-minute.
It's a little bit of movement towards the upside on the dollar index off the back.
If that continues to hold, not a ton here.
Trump to announce auto tariffs at 4 p.m. today. Top EU official expects Trump tariff of about 20%, according to the Financial Times. Again, top EU official expects Trump tariff of about 20%. Also, just seeing the euro moving towards the downside a little bit on the back of that headline there. So from the article, EU's top trade negotiator expects Trump to hit block with tariffs of about 20% next week as Trump takes aggressive step to cut trade deficits. Sefcovic, the EU Trade Commissioner, told officials that Washington's final plan was still unclear, but that tariffs would apply equally to all 27 member states after meeting senior administration figures on Tuesday. And the
Tuesday.
piece is out on the feed for you to read through. Also, just seeing some further volatility picking up here. S&P 500 seeing a little bit more downside move. The dollar index seeing a bit more strength here now, and the euro taking a bit more of a bigger hit.
It's funny. Healing. Three bar breakdown. No change in what we talked about. 150 held offer. Breach below our absorption that we saw here at this 2025 130. Just now seeing if we can hold this low for a continuation. Should lead to 100s if we can. If we fail to maintain this low, we'll just be watching for a look back into balance and then a bid through to the top of balance again. Just keeping an eye on it.
$48 counterparties take 241.3, so $1 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Yeah, we'll see. RTY is not showing a ton of weakness yet. It's gonna be tough.
Canadian dollar gives back early against trade marginally lower at about 1.4284 per US dollar.
A lot of these moves that we're going to be talking about are all based off of new information, right? Because we gapped through this area. So it's a little wishy-washy. So watching for offside buyers and offside sellers is going to be so important here because that's the participants that we're playing with, right? In this gap is how do we interact with them? Are our balance lows holding? Is the bid now our offer, right? Like, these are the things that are incredibly important for areas like this because we are mapping it out as we go. So offer holding where the bid was so far. Need to see a break of the lows and then acceleration through if we're going to get this continuation down. We want Russell follow through with NQ on this move. ES, same thing. Just holding what was our bid as our offer, right? No change. But we need to see more, or this can still just hold lows and then pop back up. Need to see acceleration. We want to ideally see the offer start to absorb bids into this 120 and then show interest below 115 for continuation or trading up into 140. Seems pretty likely to me before we actually figure it out.
Lowest since
If these
March
lows
5th.
hold. Might have to test into 140. Again, it's just mapping this area out as we go. So gotta just keep a really heavy eye on how we're interacting and where these levels are building. Things are gonna change
Legacy
as we
countries
go.
determined to pass tax cuts later this year. Russell 2000 index down 1%.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think we flirt with that 140 area. Then we see if sell side's still sitting there, and then if we can step down, or if we can get below that 115 and accelerate. It's like the only two plays that I see, or two areas of interest, I should say. If Russell starts to lead down, though, we don't. NQ will follow. Russell's so weak. Again, we're still just in a 3 bar structure on the 15. Like, there's nothing that's showing us that we're, quote unquote, bullish. We haven't seen any sort of right side of the V. We're just looking for areas, just like if we were in an uptrend, we are looking for areas of interest for, just like in an uptrend, we'd be looking for pullbacks. For in a downtrend, we're looking for areas for reoffers. So just areas of interest, and then we'll watch to see if anything flips or not. NQ still holding our low at 15s.
CBOE volatility index up 1.51 points at 18.66. It's Muslim says labor market is at or close to full employment.
Bunch of my tech friends just said that layoffs started happening again. Wonder how those numbers will look in a couple months.
US stock US stocks extend full, Nasdaq down about 2%.
This is RTY testing into our news candle high. Pretty
Muslim
important
says it's
area.
appropriate for policy to remain where it is, given inflation is above target. Also, a reminder for the Bank of Canada meeting minutes, less than a minute.
35 seconds until new 15s and news comes out. Offer still sitting, bid still sitting just at that 15 area into our low, willing to absorb. We need to see a shift. Ideally, like offer holding into 140 and aggressively popping us down from there if we're going to continue down. Someone needs to be offsides here. These edges and this really tight balance are just not the move to try to play right now, right? We want some sort of excess either below or above, and then we can figure it out from there. Trying to like find a trade in this is gonna just be awful unless your stop is above like 150.
They cut their rates on March 12th to help Canadians manage uncertainty, trade war likely to weigh on economy and boost CPI pressures. And they agreed domestic demand slowdown likely, may be considerable. They would have held key rate at 3% if not for tariff uncertainty. Some Bank of Canada members cautious about relying on confidence surveys. Surprise third and fourth quarter GDP strength means less downside CPI risk. And Bank of Canada says must keep tariff price hit from becoming ongoing inflation. Members argued to hold rates until more tariff clarity and agreed to proceed carefully with further rate changes.
Yeah, that's why I said like it doesn't make sense what he just said. Like there's a ton of tech layoffs, and it looks like you just said healthcare layouts as well, and biopharma. Half the company was laid off. Little sus. But the data that they talk about is always lagging. Very lagging. What levels do you have for ES down here? I'm not a big ES enjoyer, so I don't have anything. My last level of interest was bearishness as long as we were holding below 86. And that held, and then we've gone down since. But that's really all I had. And then, of course, just this bid and flip to offer at 65s. This is our next pivot on NQ into 100. That's rough. 30% drop in a day on his options. Yikes. Poor guy.
We have posted out the Bank of Canada meeting minutes on the feed. Fed's Muslim says the net effect of Trump policies is still uncertain.
All right, well, I'm going to do some higher time frame levels here on this failure at 60, 65.
So just keep in mind, St. Louis Fed President Muslim currently commenting in the Q&A section.
I don't have anything till like 40 and then 22. 40 being our monthly VWAP and then 22 being a main pivot. So I'll just keep these, and if we come up with anything better, I'll figure it out from there. That's where our 4-hour range is as well, at that 40 area. See if we can continue to build below this 60, 65.
Fed's Muslim says it's probable in the near term that inflation will be higher than expected and that growth will be lower than expected. Fed's Muslim says the situation presents some challenges for monetary policy, given possible tension between the mandates.
I have a hard time believing that we are not, this dip isn't going to be bought. That's my current outlook. We'll see if that changes, but I would be very surprised if the dip wasn't bought into close. Let's see how we interact into our gap and see if bids like start stepping up, but nothing preemptive. But this can be easily seen as just a buying opportunity for people who who missed the gap up, right?
Press briefing.
We'll see how we interact in this balance now that we've re-entered. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Sauce.
Fed's Muslim says if expectations start to shift higher, the Fed may have to lean more towards its inflation mandate. So again, Fed's Muslim, if expectations start to shift higher, the Fed may have to lean more towards its inflation mandate.
I'm keeping an eye on 750 on ES and our 072 here on NQ as we battle for this little pivot. So our next area of interest for me based off of our pathing that we just went over on NQ. Our previous week value high was at 62. So very curious to see if we find any semblance of a bid there as we push into this like 62, 72. If we don't, right, then we'll again just head back down into our pivot low that we have marked on chart down at 934. But very curious to see how we interact here. Pathing wise, again, this is what I have drawn. I'd be looking for a bounce here at our previous value high. That was at that 62.72 area, and then we'd be looking to see how we interact then at our top of balance if we do find a bid there. If this fails and we rotate below this pivot, right, then it's again just going to be a rotation down into this 934. That's what I'm thinking. So really keeping an eye on this area. We can mark the gap high, and there we go. But very curious to see our interactions here. I think a bid as trying to eat up sellers here makes a lot of sense, and retesting in this upper range would make the most sense to me unless some crazy sell comes out of nowhere, and then we hold this value edge, and then we can rotate down. So I get a lot more bearish on a failure to show interest here, and then a look below an offer. That's where I'll start to get more bearish. Right now, I think this will just be an area where we consolidate, and then we figure out from there if we go back up or if this is going to lead down. My current thoughts, we'll see. We got our rejection of 150. That's led to a really nice downside move if you missed any of this other, our initial auction and fail. But this entire sequence has been a beauty. Almost 150 points here. Now let's see how we interact.
Feds Muslim says, I have high expectations for AI-driven technology to improve productivity over time.
Pretty solid bid at 750 on ES as we rotated down back to our 60s here. Into our offer here at 15s where we saw absorption earlier. We want to see if this will flip to a supported bid again or if offer is going to maintain. Yeah, so far following my NQ pathing pretty well. See how we interact here into 130. Our halfway back on ES, NQ and RTY all at the same time here. So we retest 65, that 65, 66 area on ES. Our 89, 90 area on RTY. 130, 140 on NQ. So far holding 15 is bid. It's a decent flip. I'd like to see a bit more. No right side of V yet. Just a first initial bounce. Need to see a higher load and then a recovery of seller to a buyer again, right? Yeah, I think you'll probably be able to play off that area again. At like 100, 110. And see if a bid's holding there. Looks like someone decently sized at 105. That could be of interest on this retest for a higher low. Watch to see from our 130 if this like 100, 105 can bid, and then if we can go higher off of that, or if this will fail. $50 till new 15s. This area is still pretty muddy for me. I need a bit more information, but we can play off of our previous pivot, right, 130, and we can play off of this most recent pivot here at this 100, where POC is on this candle currently forming. So just watching to see our interactions here. I think Russell putting in a higher low and holding our news candle high would be great for buyers. 20 seconds until new 15s. I'll let this to finish developing, and then we'll figure it out from there. Decent bid holding at 100. Watch for a potential lower high here into 115, 120. If the offer was going to hold anywhere, I'd expect it to be holding there off of this bounce at 100s. So we're just watching to see if this lower high is put in here off of that bounce off of 100 again. As a visual aid, I'm just going to put a line here just so you see what I'm talking about. We'll watch to see. We got a really nice bid on our news candle high on Russell. Watching for a potential lower high here into this 115, 120. That's your first risk off on NQ if you are trading off that 100, 105. We are looking for a breach of our this pivot for upside, or it's just not ready yet.
Fed's Musalem says small businesses say they're holding off on hiring and investing.
Yeah, this is such a classic play where people don't want to take off some risk into that lower high, and so like they get the call. They successfully buy this, but then they let this position go red. This is such a classic trade, which is like you gotta risk off into the known offer, and we should be always looking for that lower high when we've got pivots that match across the board. And again, it doesn't mean that this isn't going to still play, but you have to respect it. And we'll just keep an eye on this value low. The key now is just to see if we can get this buyer at 100, 105 to flip. Keeping an eye on RTY. Technically, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, it's like 5 points. It's not a big deal. We want to see acceleration away, and then we want to see like a secondary some step in. This is just noise when you're trying to fill large positions. 5 points. We want to see like this guy rotate down, and then we want to see like a really nice retest to this area to take out this low and then build here, ideally, for continuation if it was going to happen. That'll be a bit better. I'm going to delete a little bit of some of these levels. This was just to give you a visual aid of what we were watching for that lower high. So nothing has changed in our overall level, so I just want to keep the chart as clean as possible in these areas.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we are expecting comments from ECB's Chip Alone, who participates in a panel on smart banks at Crypto Assets Conference in Frankfurt.
Just keep an eye and see if our halfway backs can flip. Easiest indicator on chart right now for trend. This is our 105 offer. Bid is trying to bid it back. Sellers are trying to absorb into it.
Extreme situation than what the US might go through in the coming months.
We are maintaining our low of value of the last candle on NQ.
Muslim says, I do not see a recession on the horizons.
RTY is still maintaining a higher low. Same with ES and NQ, right? So we need to see offer step down from here.
Says, I expect inflation back to 2% by 2027.
Maybe I should keep the visual aid on. Seems like this line helps you guys a lot. All right, just an overview of where we are and what's going on. So right now, these guys shit out of luck up here on the buy, on the bid. We've got a buyer here at this like 85. We have a seller trying to flip this mid auction at 105, and we have these guys at 115, 130 absorbed. So what we're looking for from sellers, from these guys who are offsides up here, we can see them here, is for them to hold this and then aggressively step us down below to continue. If this bid can maintain here and we can't see any sort of new low taken from this, we can then look for a recovery of this 115, 130 and for bid to step up and take out this supply and make it supportive, and then we can look up. So right now you're just in a really iffy area sandwiched between two participants in this balance, and we're watching to see if this mid pivot flips, right? We want to see someone off sides. We have someone at the low, we have someone at the high. We want to see someone muddying the waters in the mid to create a bit more of a catalyst for a directional change. Right now you're just kind of stuck, wedged in between two participants. I'm hoping that RTY leads with the direction. Right, we've got these higher lows still maintaining on NQ and on RTY and ES. We're just again keeping an eye on how we interact here. Does this breach? Can we breach the lows for downside, or can we come back up and pop for upside? I don't have the answer for you yet. Still very muddy. We gave the 120 short, right? Now it's just a matter of seeing if we get more, or if this buyer here at this value low of previous candle holds, and if we can pop back over and punish these guys who are trying to short in the mid.
So in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour, ECB's Chip Aloni due to be speaking at a crypto assets conference.
Crypto. God, I wish crypto would just go away. Just go away. I'm so sick of hearing about it. Yeah, there's nothing here. Unless you're already in that position from higher. Like, it's just not a great area to try to initiate. Actually sandwiched. Oh, I need caffeine. If buyers can hold the gap today, I think upside is still pretty likely in the medium term. If buyers fail the gap today, we're gonna have to reevaluate. That's my take for right now. Is that this right now is being seen as an opportunity, but an opportunity does not need to play out. Right? We can punish further if sellers get serious here on this retest back into that multi-week balance. So we'll really want this gap to hold overnight. Watch to see if offer can shift this down 90-95 area. We need to get below 76.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Cipollone.
Chip baloney. $30 seconds, 2015s. New 15s have opened. Again, just watching our reoffer here, see if sell side can step down as we push into this. Or if they fail, Russell retesting our node. ES retesting our low, bouncing, watching to see if offers step down here into this like 90-95. Just a retest of POC of previous candle. Right. This needs to be taken quickly. If sell's going to be serious here, they need to absorb into this and then push us back below. Or bid will step in to take advantage. This bid at 95.90 needs to show interest, or again, sell's just going to take advantage, and then we step back below, and then these guys are going to be offsides. Secondary offer here. Need to breach lows. Your stop should be moved to at least break even if you're playing off of this reoffer. Need to see a bit more acceleration. We're going to get this continuation now off this failure. I'd like to see Russell breach the lows if this is going to continue. Yeah, the slowdowns are rough, man. Yeah, it's looking like it. The rejection of 9096 back down to our lows. We need acceleration here, or you just gonna want to risk off for a scalp until we're ready. You can leave a runner. I just have my stop sitting at 97. I took one off here into our low. Trade will basically be break even if I get stopped out at 97 on my last contract. Lows holding. I'm kind of with the ROM here that we might need to see a higher trap first. They can't show any sort of interest below. This is how I have positions, just so you can see like how I executed. I'm just shorting the zone, and then on my stops above, I'm putting on risk. I took off a little at the lows, but again, like if I get stopped out above that, then it's basically going to be a break-even trade. I'll let a little profit, but basically a scratch.
Moody's maintains Nvidia's positive outlook.
taken. I'll wait to get back in, figure out what we're doing here. I'm thinking that they try to initiate into this like 110, 115 into our LVN, if anywhere. This is where I'd be expecting a trap to be. If this was going to play. If bid is just going to continue to hold our pivot, and then we rotate up. But this is where I'll be watching to see if an offer steps in here, to see if we can find someone that gets a bit off sides. 110, 115. Failure here just feels like we go up. If we don't see sellers initiate there. Testing into 110 now. See if buyers can do it, or if they get absorbed.
According to a testimony, a US SEC chair, Paul Atkins, pledges to provide a rational, coherent, and principled approach to crypto regulation.
I'm not seeing enough information yet from sellers or buyers here. Been holding our previous seller though, which is interesting, but not a lot of size yet. Into our 115.
SEC nominee Atkins adds that overly politicized regulations are stifling capital formation.
No position for me yet. 40 seconds till new 15s, buyer at 120. Just going to be watching our reaction into that 115, 120 for a retest. If bids can maintain there, that'll be interesting. 130 offer still holding, no change. Just keeping an eye on this. I'd like to see Russell hold our news candle high again if we were going to bid. Five seconds till new 15s. Good bid so far at 120, looking to take out highs. See if we can get over 130 for continuation. Russell into top of range. ES at our 66 pivot. Watching for Russell to find its low off of that high test into our 115, 120 again. This is just value high of our last candle from the upside. So we're just watching to see if this can maintain and flag here. If it can, then we can see a rotation to 150. If it fails, then it's a rotation back down to 90, 96. What we're attempting to do right now is basically turn this absorption that we played off of earlier for the short down. We're seeing if these buyers can flip this, right? If this supply can go demand. That is the idea right now. Need to show interest over 130. Yeah, I mean, if we can maintain here, Ty, I think that that's the plan. Retest top of balance at that 150 area. Still a little rough here. I'd like to have seen a bit more of a seller offsides as we dipped down into that 115 instead of just a bid.
S&P on the US says US policy uncertainty poses risk to North American credit conditions. OpenAI expects revenue to hit $12.7 billion this year.
Insane.
Also, S&P on the US says they see 25% probability of a US recession starting in the next 12 months.
Excuse me. God, I'd feel so much more comfortable if Russell could break out of this range. Sell side still just trying to step in here at this 30-35 area. Bid was able to maintain our low at that 115, 120, just our yellow box with that value. This is potentially the start of a right side of the V, right? This is why we're looking at this, but we need to see a push over 150s for anything more, or this is just an offer, again, right into the top of balance, and then a failure, which is what we were looking for on our leg here, right? So this is incredibly important. We found our bid where we thought we would. We are rotating back up to top of balance. What we do from here should determine our next leg, right? So if you are playing off of this, this is your first risk off as we come into here. We need to be able to step above and show interest into the new 15 ideally, right? And pop above this balance and show an interest. Or again, this is just going to curl over and then we rotate this again. So super important now that we've found this bid to show anything of interest above. Yes. But it's a very profitable trap as of right now with our levels. Now it's just a matter of seeing if we get follow through or if this is it. RTY is still holding our pivot. ES still holding our pivot. 66. NQ still holding our pivot. No change. I will be right back. 30 seconds. New 15s have opened. Buyers still maintaining here at this 30. It's really like 27. But we are maintaining this high so far.
NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at $2.23. Diesel April futures settle at $2.28. Natural gas April futures settling at $3.86. And WTI crude May futures settle at $69.65 a barrel, which is up 65 cents or 0.94%.
All right, I'd like to go through this area one more time for you guys, so how we can start to recognize that we're wrong on the sell side. I think it's really important being able to be like, oh, okay, this is right side of V, and like changing bias, which is what we did. So we took out our low into this last attempt, and our short attempt was this 90 to 96 with our stop at 97, right? So why were we targeting this area if we were going to continue downward? What was the idea here? What do we see on footprint? What's this? POC, right, of that candle. So we want a lower high if we're going to continue down. And we want to hold where sellers have been loading the boat, right, on this downtrend, 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 holding below POC, holding below POC. What shifts here? What do we see that shifts? Well, we're bidding above that POC, right? And we are holding into this low after taking it out. So this is our first sign that we're wrong, which is why our stop was so tight here. And we should be looking for that upside. And why were we targeting this area here for a bid if we were going to get it for continuation?
I still see inflation and growth risks as balanced, and now expect inflation will take longer to fall to 2%.
What do we
Therefore,
see
indirect price effects of tariffs will
on this chart?
persist.
What are we looking for here? What is this shift showing us? After we saw this candle pop
So that's
and a
Fed
buyer
wisdom
stepping
saying
in.
right now, a balanced approach to policy remains appropriate because inflation expectations are anchored.
Yeah, sure, high or low, but we've taken out our lows. We have sellers off sides. We have bids stepping in, and we're now holding our value edge, right? So we've recovered this sell side POC. We're showing interest, and we're looking for this retest. So we know that there's a seller here into 130. We're looking for a dip to get bought into this 115 because this is what we have on our, this is what we see. We see that this guy is here to absorb. We already know that. That's obvious. But what we're looking for is from this area, where are we going to be able to find that bid? And we are looking here into this 115, 120 because of this buyer that's here. It's a shift. So if we were going to hold the higher low, we'd be looking here. And then we can play that right back up. That's the sequencing, right? So we see the shift of our POCs from downside to now trying to find a bid. And now we're seeing a hold of our value high edge off of that same candle. So we know that a seller's above, so we can look for that pullback, and then we look to see if that bid can step in here for rotations up back into this absorption here, into this 150, top of balance, giving you a 30-point trade. Right? So now it's about figuring out if we get continuation or if these guys are just going to get trapped here again. Right? Because we know it's the same as before when we were in this area here. We're just coming back up into this offer, right? So when we came up into this, all we did was come back up to our seller value again. And now it's up to our bid to either step up and get its shit together, right? or trap them and sellers take advantage of it and then rotate us back through the range, creating a new low. It's the same thing that happened into here. So what we're doing now is the same, which is we know that a buyer was offsides here and got absorbed into this 140, 150. We now need to figure out if this guy is going to be stuck, right? Trapped. Because our overall trend is down. So now we've gotten this lift and we need to see secondary buyers really start to step in, or they're going to get slammed here again. So we're going to be looking for a shift below this pivot if we're going to trap these guys again here at 140, 150. So this is what we had for our drawings, right? This is what we were looking for. We were looking for a bid to be here into our 80s. We were looking for an offer to be here into our 40 to 50. And now we are watching to see if this pivot can flip back to sell side. So if this like 110, 120 holds offer, we should rotate back down to this POC here at around 90. This is going to be a super important area to see if this auction flips again with these guys now offsides here above. So really keeping an eye on this bid, and we watch our reoffer here to see if aggressive sellers step in to retrace some of this candle now. And Russell has failed the breach. We're doing our oscillation now. NQ, our ES still holding our 66, no change. This is an incredibly important area on NQ to let us know. Your most bearish response is going to be into like 20, 21. So that would be, we know a buyer's here. We're watching now to see if this now holds offer and rotates down. But your secondary bearish response is going to be just a lower high, right? And then we look for this initiation below and then rotation down. So really watching this edge to see how we interact here at the bottom of our balance. Again, treat this area just like we did on our last attempt as a low and a high. Someone caught off sides into our high, rotation through the range. Now it's a matter of, is there someone here to put in a lower high and then rotate us down? Or is there enough energy from sellers to just make this our pivot right now, right? Hold this and then rotate back down to this 90. It's the same setup and sequence off of the last failure. Very clear divergence between Russell, ES, and NQ. Russell holding a higher low at our bottom of our oscillation. NQ testing our bottom pivot here, seeing if we can step back above or if offer is going to maintain.
The UK Debt Management Office CEO Poulet says the reduction in long-dated gilt issuance in 2025 to 26 represents an important shift. Says the shift to shorter-dated gilts reflects cost and risk for the exchequer and declining structural demand.
This is your first risk off here into 1995. This is where the bid was sitting last.
Punchbowl report that the Senate could vote next week on a budget resolution. French President Macron says Russia reinterpreted what was agreed in the ceasefire talks.
$50 till new 15s, holding our 90.95 as offer, flipping and rotating back down to our lows here. That is your full move. Leave a runner for potentially a new low.
Brent crude futures settle at $73.79 a barrel, which is up 77 cents or 1.05%.
Low taken. Risk off first. Next target 60. Move stops down. Look for potential reversion if 60 doesn't bid into 43. Same pivots, just opposite direction. Same trap as before. We need to see a very clear offer. Hold this pivot now if we're going to get another leg down. At least that's what I'm looking for. This is what we popped out about 2 hours ago, right? Bounce, retest into our 140, 150, and then look to trap below previous week value.
So in 10 minutes,
That's why
from
this
now,
level
at
is
the
so
top of
important.
the hour, Trump is due to be participating in a Women's History Month celebration.
Remember, this is what we were talking about, the 62, right? We want to see a very clear hold of this so that we can then rotate through that previous week value. If we hold the high, then nothing has changed, right? We're just rotating between this low at 60 and the high at 150. We need to see a very clear flip. We flip this down at 40s, right? And hold this 60. Then we can fill gap down into like 972. And then our pivots down at this area. But this is where we would be starting to really risk off shorts and look for potential upswings. But yep. All right, let's see what we can do. I'm just going to mark this as like a green color so that we have context if we ever do get down there. We'll figure it out. Yeah, always, man. We're in a downtrend, right? So just like you'd be looking for an edge test and a pullback for a bid in an uptrend, it's the same thing. Until you have confirmation of a right side of a V, right? There's no good longs. I've talked about one long, and it was here, right? For this push into 150. And that was only when we had confirmation of a low. This is just a risk off for shorts, and then we look for a continuation potential until proven otherwise. Russell so far rejecting our value edge. Jesus. Fire at 60 is really trying. Offer sitting at like 75, 80 above. No real shifts of anything. I'm thinking we probably have. Excuse me. Uh, one more leg down like this into this Russell previous 30-second opening range, like 80. If we hold value low as resistance. And then we look for our next move. But we'll see. If we get back over value, then there might be an upside move here if Russell starts to show interest. But until it does, don't even think about it. ES as well, no change, right? Holding our 50 offer, looking for potentially a move down to 37. How is your focus level? What does that mean? Yeah, again, this is previous week value, so it makes sense to try to find something here, but if they fail, right, it's just going to lead to another leg. Aram, what did you mean by that? Russell still holding our balance here. Don't think we get the next leg until Russell breaks.
So we're shortly expecting the start of the Women's History Month celebration where Trump is due to be participating.
Oh yeah, I'm exhausted, man. I'm pretty much done. My secret is that I'm always tired. That's my secret. When you start the day tired, you just kind of stay tired, you know?
Fed Scoresby to the Financial Times says higher inflation would be a major red flag.
New 15's opening here now. What the heck? I don't think I've ever seen that from Trade of It. Just white screen. Big pop on RTY. We love Women's History Month. Hell yeah. Did it fix itself, Surf, or did you have to close? Yikes. It's so bright, yeah. I have no levels where we are but right now. We just need to develop this out.
Just saying that Fed Scoresby headline from the FT was reported earlier.
That is really weird. Let's keep an eye on this 60 rebid here, guys. See if we can hold it on retest. We're watching Russell to see if it can hold its range break as well. RTY is leading us here. Russell into our pivot here at 85. ES trying to bid back over 750. Keeping an eye on it. There's not enough information here for me to make any sort of decision on NQ. We know that there's a bid at 60. It's holding so far. We know we have a pretty significant offer up at 115. And we're just watching the same pivot we shorted earlier, which is that 90.96. And just keep an eye on Russell for a loss of momentum for more downside. As soon as RTY finds that high and it fails a higher low, we keep going down. Not enough info though. Whenever we stagnate like that, you just need to think this is your mindset when we're in a trending market then that goes sideways. How do we move? How do we keep going? If there wasn't enough liquidity below, if sellers weren't able to push price down further, what do we need to do to continue further down? Right? And the thing that you need to think of immediately is trap, right? The last two consolidations that we've gotten in this downside market have been traps, right? So that is the only thing
10% of chip curb agency funds during the Senate's alarm.
That needs to be on your mind is like, okay, where could we
Warren
possibly
sent a letter to
trap?
the White House
And
budget
what does that
chief
look
on
like?
cuts. Warren and other Democrats warn the move undermines China tech rules.
Remember, we need a new catalyst when we start to consolidate like this, unless some sort of like news event's going to come out, which is a catalyst, right? Something needs to drive the market. And when we find like a local bid, it's like, okay, well, if that local bid's going to be able to hold, we found short-term demand. Now we need to rotate back up to value and see if sell side is going to continue or if we're going to, reverse. We know what a right side of V looks like. We know what to look for. And now we're learning what traps look like, right? Like our two greatest trades today have been traps into value and then rotations back through ranges. Just like we look for trapped sells at the lows in an uptrend, right? We just are looking for trapped longs into the highs and then rotations back through with offer stepping down. Just like we'd be looking for a bid stepping up in an uptrend. Same principles. Same mechanics move the market. So when we start to stagnate like that and you don't have defined levels, we just need to wait for someone to be off sides and then play around them. Until then, you just sit on hands. Today feels so much better than yesterday. Holy. This is basically target. I'm not sure what happens here. Watching Russell into our low again. Yeah, that's a good place to risk off. This is our 43 and our reversion box on PVZ. Watch ES and RTY into our lows, see if they can breach or if we hold. Pretty solid rotation though. Again, what do we need to see for that next down leg? Right, we want to see very clear offer now holding below our weekly value, which is this 60 edge. We expect bids to be here. We need to see this develop as offer if we're going to continue leading down. I will reference our higher time frame chart one more time. We got our bid at 80s. We got our offer into 40 to 50. We are now here. This is where we are in our pathing. Yes? We need to see this shift. Without this shift, we just go up. We recover this edge, we bid, and then we rotate.
France's President Macron says it's too early to discuss removing Russian sanctions.
RTY still holding our lows. What we have here is a very clear balance and a breach above, and then a failure, right? So what we're watching for here is for this high to continue to hold, and then a continuation down, if this is going to be a catalyst for our next leg. Without Russell leading, this area feels like an actual coin flip. Yo, have a good rest of your night, Motivation. See you Friday. It's actually insane how close I was to getting stopped out at those highs on my runner. Jesus. Still might. I'm not moving it. Algo calling a 484C lotto into close. I don't know. How do you guys feel about this one?
Treasury Secretary Bessent says the Trump team is not trying to destroy Social Security.
$70 is a little pricey for a lotto. Yeah, 5 cents would be nice. 40 seconds till new 15s. I don't like disagree with his idea. I just don't know if it plays out into end of day. I don't have enough information down here. We've got our pivots, they're holding, right? We just need to see this develop. If Russell continues to hold this bid, like there's just no more downside. It's really that simple. At least for me. Like all of my triggers today have just been on these pivots. So if it starts getting really muddy into close, like I'm not gonna have any edge. I really liked this tweet yesterday that I saw. I think it relates to a lot of what you guys have been talking about. It's like it's very basic, but it's something that you need to remind yourself of over and over again. Just because you have a setup, just because it works, doesn't mean that everything else is there, right? You still have to maintain. Super important to realize that. I see like you guys go on like these crazy win streaks, and then you have like, 3 bad days and you lose it all because you just go on tilt because the same thing wasn't working and you're like still trading in the same environment. Right? Like we've taught you edge, but now you got to learn to compound. You have to learn to trust the process and not get ahead of yourself, and it never changes. It is a constant battle and something that you have to check yourself on all the time. Yes. Russell leading up, not down. Watching our pivot here at 85, seeing if that holds still or if we can rotate back above. For those of you who have made huge amounts of money and then have given it all back, like I don't want you to be discouraged. It happens. But like what you should take from that is, first of all, you now know for sure that you can make money in the market, right? So you should be very proud of that. But you also know exactly what you need to work on, which is taking risk out, right? Money isn't real until you actually take it out of your account and it goes into your bank. And second, staying consistent, right? If the same things that got you to profitability, if you're not following them and you're oversizing, right? if you're not using the same risk parameters, if you're not in the same environment that made you that money, then you need to be cautious and you need to always remind yourself, right? Oh, I just made, the last month I've been profitable every single day. And now price action feels pretty shitty, but I'm still trying to take the same kinds of trades with the same size and the same risk. Maybe you should reevaluate, right? Like clearly it is not the same market environment and you need to take a step back, reevaluate, and not give back all your gains, right? Wait for either that market environment to come back or you need to change your size and change your risk until you are comfortable in the new environment. If you find that you are really struggling on Mondays, right, into a new week, maybe you should be paper trading Mondays, see how the environment feels, right? Is it the same as last week? If you had a really good week, wait a day, wait a couple days, see how you feel. If things aren't working out, you need to reevaluate. It's something that you like really, really, really need to uphold and have accountability for. I know you all can do this, right? It's just the consistency and not getting ahead of yourself and chasing. It's so rough on mental. One step forward, two steps back. Yeah. Especially if after that, you don't then go journal. Because now you're just living in that nightmare of like trying to make it back without even like going over what you did wrong, right? That's why it's so important after those win streaks when you start losing, being like, oh shit, like what happened? What changed? And you're gonna see like, oh, maybe my sizing changed. Maybe I started getting emotional after my
This
first
says
time
typical
it didn't
investor
work,
repeats that everything
or
is on the table with Russia.
maybe the trades that I was taking, the week before, the month before, are just not playing out. Like what changed in the market conditions? Like you need to be aware, and the more aware you are, the more likely those things aren't going to happen, right? You've learned from your mistakes, but like it's something that you really do need to work on, and it's a constant battle.
Besson says Trump would not hesitate to raise sanctions on Russia if it gives him a negotiating advantage. This is in a Fox News interview.
Russell leading up, coming back up into our pivot here. POC has shifted to this 85.2. I'd love to see the ability to build this area out and then kind of go higher from here if we were going to flip. We are holding our low at 43s, pushed over now on 80s. Let's see if we can flip this pivot again here at our 90.96 and then do this rotation back up again. That would give you a move to at least like 108 for this POC retest if we do flip. We'll keep an eye on Russell, see if this momentum continues to hold. Again, I'd love to see ability for a flag to build here on RTY for higher lows. Why can't I draw? What is this? Okay, there we go. Something like this here. And again, we would be just looking for at least a retest into here. Just a POC retest from our seller if we do get the pop. We're just back into our short here at 90.96. Bid at 90. Offer at that like 106, 115. Watching RTY into our POC shift retest at 85. Again, just for that flagging. We can start to maintain up here, then we can see a potential rotation back up. These guys fail, right? It's just going to be a bit offside, next flag down.
News interview.
Testing now on Russell. If we can't get over 90 here, we rotate back down to 75. And then we look for a secondary move there, and then a recovery of 90. Like this. With Russell confluence. We care about this area because it is the value low of this candle. And where we saw selling deltas get a bit off sides here into 75. So if they flip this, then it's just a rotation back down. If bids can try to maintain and defend here with Russell finding a bottom, then there's a chance for a higher low. Gotta get over this 90.95 for this to be real. Bid was found. Need Russell back over 85s. Need to show interest over this 90.95 area. Or this is just going to be a lower high. And then a continuation. Again, I'll put our magic line on to give you that idea of that lower high. So what are we saying here? This has to be your first risk off if you bought the low into this, because this is where we're looking for a lower high. We need to see the bid step above this and then show a secondary buyer here if we're going to continue higher. Right? That's the sequence that we're talking about. This is either going to be a short, right, for a new low, if this is going to hold, or we're looking for a secondary bid if we can step back over this and we look for excitement for this rotation. 50 seconds till new 15s. This is basically full target here off of that failure there at 90. Now just watching to see if we can get below our halfway back in this node here and then auction it as a offer, right? For that next leg down, if we're going to lead, or if this is going to be able to hold and it's just going to be a balance between these 2 points for the short term. Unsure as of yet. Lower highs are maintaining though, with Russell leading. Why is this a really easy target? Well, it's just POC of this low, right? So it's just like the easiest first risk off you can do until we flip this POC as resistance. Because you're just trading in between this POC and this POC. Yeah? So where are we expecting another lower high if sell side's in control? Well, the retest of that POC, right? Here. To continue the lower highs down. Still just rotating between these two POCs. No change in our levels. No change in anything. need to see offer step below that 60 for that continuation down, or we're stuck here until Russell finds a low. We have like 700 contracts from sell side that's just like sitting here. That's been filled. We're just trying to shift this pivot to buy side. Yeah, I think that it's definitely possible, Sauce.
So Trump's currently participating in a Women's History Month celebration. A live video for this is on the feed for those interested.
I need a nap. Mm. I think this will be our test to see if this is bid getting stuffed again. As Russell comes into our POC shift here at 85s on retest. And Q buyer still just getting absorbed into this like 84, 85 area as well. Stellar gets aggressive below 75, but I'm just waiting on Russell here. Retest. POC attempting to shift here to 90 on NQ. Russell able to push over, retesting our news candle high. Testing our pivot now at this 90.96. If this can flip, we are targeting this like 115 above. Coming back down to our bid here at 85. Russell first signs of weakness. Retesting our POC here on RTY. As well as our POC pivot here on NQ. I think this upside moves over if this 75.80 doesn't hold. That's enough of a trap that we just put in at 96 for them to get punished if we can't just bid and push here. That's my thought right now. So really need this pivot to hold and then buyers to break those highs with Russell holding. If we do that, then I think we go up. If this holds as a lower high and then a shift below 75.80, then downside way more likely. Things look fine so far. High broken. Look to risk off 1 into like 105, 106 for this POC test. And then look to carry 1 on for if we get a runner into that like 15 to 20. 20 seconds until 15s. Just watching to see if we can develop above 90.95 now with Russell leading. New 15's opening now. Holding value, previous candle so far, as well as POC. Need to get over 96 and hold. Russell still trying to maintain up here. No real shift. We don't want a lower high here.
Trump says, I'm going to be making a special announcement on cars. Again, going to go with the tariffs on cars. Again, coming from Trump coming through now.
Almost a target. This is your first target, actually. POC of the previous sell side candle, this 107. I'd like to see a pop into this 120, but this should be your first risk off. Think we have a bit more room to go for Russell to come up into this oscillation high.
Approval as Americans hold a dim view of his handling of the economy and foreign policy, according to a poll.
Again, buy side invalidation or upside invalidation is below 75s. Currently holding our value edge of previous candle as supportive, rotating up into our offer here.
Russians and Ukrainians is one in principle that says we evaluate and understand the position and will present to the president.
This is target. We would need to see a very clear look above this and hold for more.
10 seconds to the market on close imbalance. Market on closing balance, S&P 500 buy side 1.5 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 622 million, Dow 30 buy side 782 million, Mag 7 buy side 589 million.
That should be, you should be 90% out of your trade. This is Russell in the top of range and our into our POC shift and value edge. Runners will just squeeze shorts. You have the ability to hold. This is ES into our pivot here at 66. Let's see if we can flip this. Do you have any videos on learning how to use the bookmap order flow on your bottom right screen? This isn't bookmap, this is just footprint, but yeah, we've got a decent amount of videos covering this in our VODs, multiple classes, setups to look for, etc., etc. If you want more information on bookmap though, bookmap has so many resources. I don't use it personally, but if you go to their YouTube channel, they've got a ton of information. This fucker at 130. Holy. Retesting our 115 here. I don't really see an actual bid until like 102, 105. But we'll see if this 15 can hold. We're just playing off of this void here for a very bullish response. And your actual bid is sitting right here. The likelihood of me calling out another trade is pretty low. You're just basically looking to see if this 103, 113 area can hold as supportive on a flag for a pop over 150. Failure here is just going to result in a rotation back down to 90. So just keeping an eye on Russell. Held our pivot high. 66 on ES, still holding. 130 on NQ, still holding. Same levels as before. I need to see a very active bid step in here to hold this region from 103 to 113. If it can do that, then we have more upside. I will be right back. Oof. Ron, for your question, just to give you like a little bit more context, I would look up the basics of what a footprint chart shows and understand like what deltas are and what like the bid and the ask is, as well as just like the basic vocab, right? So that you understand what I'm talking about on stream. And then I would just tune in for the stream, and if you have questions about any of the things I'm saying, just ask and chat, and then we can go over it live. But Print's one of those tools where you're just going to need to have hands-on experience, and you're just going to need time on screen. But understanding and getting like a basic grasp of the vocab that I use is going to help you quite a bit. So it doesn't just sound like noise coming through the mic, right? But if you have any questions and you like, just ask, man. There's nothing better than I can do than just like doing what I'm doing already, which is just telling you what I see in the areas I'm looking for and why I'm looking for them, right? And then the more time that you see things playing out as we are talking, the more of an understanding you're going to have. There's so many resources online already covering all this crap, so. But like the one thing that isn't available is someone that you can just ask questions to, which is what I can do for you. Do we consider this good risk to reward? I don't know. Maybe. This guy. I love Alco. He's such a memer. True. Jesus, they're doing every single thing is getting memeified. That's really good if that was done in AI. Oh, both of those. I watched the demos yesterday for the Chat GPT one. Looks good. Oh, about the memes? Yeah, I haven't been on Twitter at all. This was a heavy day of trading. Good rotations. I'm glad they're not blocking Pepe. That was like the greatest thing about the Microsoft one until they blocked it. Dude, this guy at 130 needs to get the hell out of here. Holy shit. $66 seller as well at ES. Like, get over it. We're gonna adjust this to 130 to 150 for tomorrow for our high balance. And then that's probably it. I mean, there's nothing really else to say. You guys have any questions for today? I mean, this is close. Did you guys feel better about today than yesterday? How's everyone doing? We can do a little like eval real quick. Check up.
Trump urges Congress to pass tax cuts. He says he spoke to Sethune.
I tried to be very specific with what I was looking for and why I was looking for it today. I hope that was helpful. Let's dial it in more and more. All right, man. Chill out. I'm waiting for you to do that for me, Ty. I'm trying to get to a point where I don't even have to speak and I can just listen to you guys. Can we do that?
So, according to a source, the US
Later,
Department
Sparrow.
of Energy is considering cutting funding to 4 of 7 US hydrogen hubs.
I have no clue what happens tomorrow. If we hold this is bullish. We hold the gap. Crazy. Tomorrow should be fun, no matter what happens. This was a good day of PA. Because we'll be able to do this full rotation if we start to hold above. If this balance high holds, right, like we've got room down. But either way, we'll have a nice directional move with solid levels that we've built out today now in this structure. So it should be fun tomorrow. Here, for those that aren't going to be with us tomorrow, this is our main levels will just be this gap down. If let's say like 150 holds overnight, just keep an eye on this 72 to like 911 area. This area is going to be super important to figure out what we're going to do. If this 911 to 934 goes offer, we'll do a rotation down into this news low at 769 to 793. These are going to be like our two main rotations tomorrow for bearish. Is what happens in this block here and what happens in this block here. These two auctions. But if we can go supportive overnight and show interest above and we hold and maintain this gap, we'll look to see how participants react. But we then have this entire area that we can retrace, which will be really fun. Right, and this is just a hold of our top of balance and rotations back up to this morning's offer here. So we've got some like 3 areas of interest that are going to be really exciting. Hopefully we don't just like gap in a direction and then it just like completely does the move overnight. That's always super frustrating. But regardless, it should be interesting trading tomorrow. Again, remember why this area was important. Remember, this is our previous week value, right? So this is why we were looking for, this is an inflection point in our target. But now we just need to figure out if we can show interest below and actually hold that interest. That leads to our next leg down, right? Because then we're holding our value high and we're rotating through last week's value. If this fails and we continue to just find a bid here and we're able to rotate over our top of balance, then it's just our rotation of this upper area, right? It's just a retrace. So it's going to be incredibly important to see how we interact at this pivot here into our low and this pivot here into our high at this 131.50 and this 60 to like 40 area. Right now you are trading in a balance in between these two nodes. Yes? All on the same page? All right, cool. All right, I will see you guys all tomorrow. Have a good night. Later, RT.